Well, hello there. Get this all squared away here. Make sure that I remembered to start the database. I think I did. Yeah, you're running. Okay, good. Perfect. Excellent. Run that in the background. Okay. Today, we'll start a bunch of test fixing. That's the plan. Sure everything's happy here. Okay. So, we were working on map test. We got to here add entry is missing something now. It's missing success or not. But also, if we're going to fix up the calls to this, then we're going to... why do we even add that? Invisible exit known. Ah, right. So this actually needs to be true. Um, but if we're going to fix this up, we should detour into here to fix this up as well. So we're going to do that. And I think get success used to be, or get entry rather, used to be get success, I believe. Must have just forgotten to hit refactor. But we can check. It wouldn't be this commit, that's right. Get entry present. No, okay, so it wasn't success. We had a get success. We replaced it with get entry because we did show history. That's the whole file. We added success to the result. Add entry, get entry. Where did get success used to exist? Interesting. Huh. Well, oh, you know what? I think when I was refactoring it, I was gonna make get success, but then I decided that that was silly. Um, and I must have just not refactored the second time I renamed it. I must have just done it the first. That's okay. So we add you. We make sure that you're in there correctly. Character entry present, entry, and character present. Because our cooldown entries. We are manually putting you in there. Make sure that all three of you are in there. think that's just a guard for human mistakes up here. The chat test was changed. Get entry, third. This actually should be that. And these won't matter. We're really just making sure that get entry returns this. And if we're going to do that, we should, now that we get more than just a Boolean out of there, we should compare them. This returns a pointer though, so we need to do address of, so deep equal, we'll deref them. Could do I don't think we have anything crazy in here. Yeah. It's not go comp, it's a CMP. If I never remember which way around these go. Difference between two values, y minus x. Want and got. Yes, okay. And then we should do bad result object diff, and then we'll chuck a new line in there. Put you after that new line. We're gonna do entry present characters not entry and character present. I don't know why I did that. It's very confusing to read. That will do add the field. Ah! Not what I wanted at all. There we go. This is now entry. This is nil. Should not have found entry ID. This should be result not equal to nil, I believe. Add them, get entry. Right, yes. And this returns nil in case of no match with the character ID. We just give it a rando. So there is an entry for that thing, but it's not correct for the character we're looking at. The clean that up. Entry not present, character is. So this is if we have, we still have, yeah. This character has entries in the table. But not for this provided ID. What else are we missing here? We have some cleanup code, tests rather. Actually, let's do that. I think that gets us everything passing for this. Because this is all in the same package, right? We can't run the package. We can run this. Except we can't because the error's in the package. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we're just gonna have to push on and we'll fix things as they become broken. Or as they prove to be still broken, rather, I should say. So we've got this, that's true. This is now, we were just manually creating these guys. And let's make sure this is all valid still. ID, current room info, location, direction east, tags, yes. We'll leave this commented up for just a second. We're going to fix things before we worry about cleans up entries first index expired. We'll fix the existing stuff first, and then we'll go evaluate how we're going to test look at entry. This just this needs to be and then if we do that, whoop, we can do come back. And then I totally forgot commas in those ones. That's okay. We'll fix that. Okay. We'll come back in here. This is going to look very much the same. In fact, it's going to look exactly the same. We're just testing that the everything gets cleaned up correctly. That. Do that. Do that. And oops. Okay. Is that enough to fix the map package? Let's find out. Probably not. I think tile will be broken still. Yeah. Tile. Let's scooch you over here. We'll go from the top. Let's just collapse this. Connection unidirectional occupants got changed. Let's pull you. You're not a list of UUIDs anymore. You're a list of occupants. Have an ID. That's fine. This is just an empty map. Fix that up real quick. I'm gonna scoot this over so I can see the end of the line a little better. Same deal here. In fact, We're going to do this and hope that there isn't anything else, any other lists of here that we break in the process, but it'll help a lot. Look, all that fixed immediately. New from int, that's because this is no longer, this is a room information. Location is that. What's the other? Exits. We can just make you an empty. Right, you're a map. I forgot about that. That's fine. Cardinal. Room. Exit, not data. Where's my brain today? Like so. We're probably going to need to do this. Yep. And that was still 1-1, so that's fine. We'll look at the other failures here in just a second. Test location will need to become this. Take that out. Done in size hit. Okay, that's fine. Now, let's go fix this up. And I guess we don't need that. Place character at point needs tags. And it needs a spawn message. So, tags. Like so. Resolved reference short description. This needs to be location. What did we... we should also do... Just to be more like a real object. Hello to you as well there, Winfrey. How's it going? Welcome in. Why does short description no longer exist? We have your description. When did we rename that? Have I been very, very bad about keeping up with my test fixing? Actually, what I should do is do this. History for selection. You've been description from the beginning. Did I have an internal? Well, this isn't even correct anymore, though. place character at point. This needs to be... We just string check these. I want to learn Go, kind of new to it. Can I have advice how I should get started? Sure. This is what I would do. I would go... Let's copy only the root domain here. I would go here. Go has a learning mode. This is all free. You can learn the basics. You can then do practice if you feel like you still need more. The learning exercises go in here too, but there should be extra stuff as well. Yeah, there's easy and they get harder. You can use this to kind of like prime the pump, right? And kind of get a little bit used to things in Go, and then just go and write things, right? Write your own projects. It'll be easier if you start with a thing you know how to write already for your first thing, right? And kind of just get a feel for the language, and then you can branch out from there. There's another resource that I can give you. And I'll drop this in chat as well. There is all kinds of good stuff in here, and there should be... Oh, that's not the right search box. There we go. Yeah, Go roadmap. Here you are. So if you find things in here that you want to know more about, like loops, you can click on this. I guess this one only has a little basic explanation. Let's find a better one. Zero log. I don't know what this is. Some of these have... Of course, I pick all the ones that don't have one now. Some of these have resource links, and it's funny that I can't find one now. But there are free and premium links under some of these that are a little better that you can follow if you're looking for more information on a specific thing. There's also the official site has some learning materials here as well. So you can go through these. Guided journeys, quick labs. I don't know. I haven't used these in a long time, but they're there. You can kind of dig through there and find out, find some stuff, right? And then I have a tutorial on web servers, like API servers, that I'm in the process of making. And I'll just grab you the link to the playlist here. And that's still in progress. I'm still editing all the bits and pieces, but it's a thing if you are wanting to build HTTP API servers, it's a thing that you can look at. Know nothing about Go. Excuse my ignorance, but why I game engine Go isn't it a GC language? Because I like Go, and yes, in that order. This needs to be... Okay, so character now gets a room update when we come in here. And it happens when we place... It does happen when you place you. So what we need to do... This is dealing with the hidden stuff. But that's not correct anymore. Nice, I would start learning already. Awesome. Good luck. Go make awesome things. We need to do this in a different way now. Perfectly good reason. What do you like about Go? The standard library being so very complete is really great. It writes fast, kind of like Python does, but you have more strict, typing and stuff like that. And you can also play with, pointers, and you get some lower level stuff. Channels are awesome. Go routines are awesome. It's just a really nice experience to write it, basically. Okay, so we do have ways, though. So we've placed this character in the grid that we've created, our test map here. We can't just call description because that doesn't take a pointer to a character anymore, because we don't know about characters in map anymore. But when we put you in here, we need to clean this up so that I can remain sane. Collapse these all. Or at least as sane as I get. Oh my gosh. Just get you all. And wish for the first time today, of many I'm sure, that there was a hotkey for that. Okay, so when we put you in, we also do might experiment with it then at some point. I mainly do Python, C, and C++. Currently learning Rust. I love embedded programming. Yeah. That seems like a good idea for embedded stuff. I've done a little bit of Rust. The last time I was out of work, I went through part of the Rust book, and I had just come from working in a C code base. So I was really, like, all the things that they talked about that they were trying to solve, I was like, yeah, I know that pain recently. And I was having a good time with it, but there were just no jobs that wanted or cared about Rust that weren't in crypto, and I didn't want to work in crypto. So I worked on Go stuff more instead. And then I landed a job writing Go. And there's still not really that many Go jobs. And a little bit of Rust. But everybody's hot on TypeScript, so yeah. Okay. When we place, this is tile and grid. Place you. Character enter tile ends up getting called. And we send the room change info on the broker. So for our, that's on the map. Our new test map that creates this has a message broker. We need to return that as part of this. It's going to break everybody further, but that's okay. If we don't care about you, and move still returns an error? Yes, okay. If we don't care about you, then we can just ignore you. Oop. And we don't care about you for most of these. We're just looking for an error response or not, which is perfectly fine. Oh, actually, that might be perfectly fine for our moving as well. Well, no, we're testing the output. So delete tile will also care, or not care rather. Rust felt like such a breath of fresh air for me, especially with cargo and helpful debug messages. Personally, I mostly learn them for fun. I work with Python day to day. Yeah, makes sense. All right, and then here, this is where we need to grab you. And oh, actually, Rust mentioned. Yep. Hey, Marco, how's it going? Is it truly a Mongoose stream if Rust isn't mentioned? Maybe I don't even need to do that. Maybe I was just very silly there. What I actually think... Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. How long have I been working on this? Part-time, kind of, sort of, starting in October of last year. It was kind of just a funky little side project. I work on it a little bit more now. But still not like 8 or more hours. It's 4 hours a day, basically. I cannot be summoned from the void without an appropriate spell. Zipping my mouth? Why is that? Let's see. We can keep the message broker coming out of there. That might be useful still. But I think we can also do... We can listen to the character, because we went to all the trouble of creating you. So we can say... Listen to events, which should give me a channel? It does, okay. Thank you for using internal. I'm consistently rewriting other developers' code to lock that down. Well, you know how I wound up learning about internal? It's because we had a mono repo, and I kept trying to get code completions for things that were in other packages. It drove me insane. So then I had to go rewrite other developers' code and my own to lock that down. So we listen to your events. And then you are no longer that. Okay, that's fine. So we put you in there, and then we need to... everyone else hands on your code, yeah, and vice versa, breaking things bi-directionally without you knowing, at least non-monorepos. Yeah. Monorepo was reasonably nice. Sometimes it created a little bit of issue, but mostly it was okay. We were really good about keeping it decoupled, and then we had contract testing between all the different microservices, so we had a reasonably good idea of whether or not we were breaking stuff, but it did take some work. How's the progress? Can we get a demo? I think so. Hang on one second. Did you study for this like in college? No. I went to college. There was no programming classes in college for me. I am primarily a self-taught developer. The last programming class I had was in high school. Let's do this. And let's do one more. Let's run the server. That's good. We can run a client. We log in. We can look at me. We can look at the room. We can go moving around, like so. My client has a bug where it doesn't scroll, so hang on. We don't want to get too crazy with it. It's on the to-do list. We can run a second client, and he can look at him, the room, and himself. And if he comes over here and I look, I think I went south as well. I can see that Fu Man is over here. And I can look at Fu Man. And over here I was able to see when Bar came in. He came in from the north. And I can log out. And that's pretty much where I'm at right now for functionality. There's other bits and pieces that are in. They're just not in. Sick work, Mick. Thanks. Appreciate you. Shut that down for now. Okay, so we have that. What we need to do now is it switch or is it select? I can never remember. I think it's select. And then we'll do, because this is going to give us protocol message that we need to extract the contents out of. We're going to just do a string here. And we'll use the correct symbol there. How did you save state? State for what? Like the overall game state of where characters are? The default here, because there should be a message waiting for us here. I guess we could do like a wait group or a wait timeout or something. Like the whole game basically, yeah, game state. There is no state just yet. It's not saved yet. It will go into a Mongo database. Always found that tricky to get synced. Yeah, so mostly it lives in memory, right? The idea is that periodically it'll sync to the database, just like the Delta, more or less. And then you can restore from that when you relaunch the server, right? Basically, you load everything, like the existence of the map, right? That's in a config file. That's in this file. So that's the state of the world, right? Which is separate from the state of the game. So it loads all of that stuff, and then the idea is that it will apply state on top of that. So we build a map from that config file. It knows where things are in the world, and then the database knows, hey, this character was there, right? Golan's problem detection is amazing at keeping coders from building foot guns when they use it. When they use it, right? But yeah, all the sync stuff just needs to be built still. Okay, so the default behavior here, so right here we do extract and string the message data. Oh my gosh. One day I'll stop hitting page down. The default behavior this is actually going to be a fatal error. And yeah, there's no. However, the graphics made GLFW and open GL through Go. No, Cogent. graphics is a strong word. Okay, so here we get the result struct, which is a protocol message. And we just need to say except for was thinking byte buffer. Unrelated, but C++ just adds support for results and options in their standard library. I think we're winning. Okay. We'll see, huh? And then this goes away. And I'm going to have to fix this other stuff before I can tell if that's going to work. Which is slightly annoying, but, you know, is what it is. I made you return this, didn't I? No, I forgot. I can get access to the broker already. What am I thinking? It's one of those days. I tell ya. I don't need that. I've got it. It's in the map struct that I return. You goofus. Get out of here. Okay, let me... So these tests down here are going to fail. Which is fine. Whoa, what happened there? Must have middle clicked or something. So these are going to fail in a couple places, but... Oh, I need to do you in here too. Duh. Fix all you. Yeah, these still need to be, because there is no long description. We can... We can fix them up temporarily. What am I... just so that we can prove that this strategy will work. I'm a little concerned about it being racy, but... this will be... that, and then, do that. That's already fixed up. That's fixed up. And then tile grid. Like so. Range of results, which is the occupants here. Occupant and UUID. Just need to get the ID out of those. Okay. Let's see if we can run this or if there's something else that's still broken in the package. Good, okay. We can run at least. Should give invalid move error, instead got nil. But that's because... Did we forget to check that? We'll come back to that one. Short description. No result read from character channel. Okay. Interested in fixing this. NeoVim also has pretty good problem detection because when you use NeoVim, you don't make mistakes. Hello. Hey, Misha. What's your plan for addressing statelessness at the Edge API server instances? What's your goal for maximum delay in pushing state saves to Mongo? Are you aiming for a single persistent connection per client? Yes, it uses WebSockets. I'm not sure what you mean about statelessness at the Edge API server instance in this case. Like, how do I become aware of my state when I first connect? Maximum delay in pushing state saves, I don't know just yet. Because I haven't written it yet. Loosely, there should be a reasonably short timer, like, maybe 5 minutes. I don't know. That's just like a number I just literally pulled out of my butt right now. And then, also if you log out, the last thing before logging out should be a state save to the database, right? What happens if the connection gets severed and potentially has a new connection that goes to a different server instance? There should only be one server instance. I haven't done any reconnect logic yet, but it is something I need to do because your account has characters associated with it. So we need to check, like we need to identify sessions and we need to check if that character's still logged in and then figure out, how we reconcile that. Not really a strong plan yet other than the character manager knows who is logged in. The client sessions, they don't have an ID or anything yet, but the client handler, the session binds to a character. So we should be able to do things there in theory. But yeah, there shouldn't be more than one server instance. That would add a lot of complexity. How is the job hunt going? I think I have a temporary job, but we'll kind of see. It's not in software. It'll be crap, but it'll pay the bills. I need to do like a channel update as soon as I nail down a couple things. Because my schedule will have to change some. And that's going to also depend on Yab's schedule. What the heck was I doing? I had test failures. That's what I was doing. Specifically, these. Okay. You said there were no results read from character channel. But this should send a message. I'm so done with the job market. It's bad in Europe too. Just had to rant. Yeah. Yeah, I hear it's bad everywhere. That's, people were saying that here in the US, there was like a tax change and there was basically you couldn't write off development expenses. And people were saying, or have been saying, that the recent reversal of that is going to change everything. But I'm a little skeptical because everybody's saying that the job market sucks. So I don't know where in Europe you are, but my German friends that swing through here fairly regularly have been saying that it's kind of booty cheeks there too. So we'll see, It's going to take a while, even if that is the magic bullet everybody says it is, it's going to take a while, And if that has, ripple effects onto the EU job market, then it'll take even longer for you guys, right? So I don't know. We'll see. But I forgot to grab my beverage, so I'll be right back while I do that. Beverage. I graduated 5 years ago. It's not the future I was promised. Yeah, right? A lot of people are having that sentiment. Um, it's been more than 5 years for me. Just watch me age in real time. And I had a heck of a time getting into the software market, right? I spent a lot of time because I was young and dumb believing the promises of we promote internally, just work hard and you'll get out of there eventually, and doing basically dev work without being paid for it, right? Just being paid crap wage. And even the notion that once you finally get in and get years of experience on your resume, you can then be set for life is no longer true, right? Obviously, I've been hunting since November. It's just crap. And part of it is probably me. Like I'm not interested in working for an AI company, the new AI startup. No, thank you. And I'm not interested in working for a place that's going to make you use AI tools. So like, if that means I spend the next few years not working in software, then well, I'm going to work on this and have fun and enjoy writing software, and they can all have that. At least we have coffee. Yes. I didn't watch out for a second because I was extremely struggling with downloading a PDF file. Ongoing software development, by the way. Was there some hope in the job market or something negative again? I don't know. Is the long and short of it, right? The worldwide economic finances thing is far beyond me, obviously. They say number go up forever is the correct way for the world to work, and that just doesn't make sense to me. So I don't understand it. But there was a tax bill that in the U.S. took effect a couple of years ago that made it so you couldn't write off R&D expenses like developer salaries. That's been changed again. Some people say it's going to fix everything, at least in the U.S. I don't know that I believe that. We'll see. You know, we're kind of skirting on the edge of politics, which I don't do, but like that is the facts and the discussion as I understand them, you know. What in the world is going on over here? YouTube Studios way behind the curve. It was showing me scrolling through the roadmap. There we go. In Germany, it's not going great. Yeah. The only hope is that the U.S. keeps messing up. European tech companies are really profitable right now. Profiting right now. Yeah. Well, wasn't it just Denmark that just kicked Microsoft to the curb completely? They're going all open source stuff. We have bottle caps in the EU though, so all's good. Nice. Okay. Are you talking like the Fallout currency, or did we ban bottle caps or something? Have they joined the straw? Okay, you should be waiting. A message should be waiting for me because you exist. Let's look at this. Why is there no message waiting? Germany as well, but we have a German cloud provider in my state that is really going strong now, right now, because less people want to rely on the U.S. anymore. Yeah, okay. Is that Hetzner? Hetzner by chance? I've heard good things about them. We got those special caps that stick to plastic bottles. It must be an EU thing. I'm very confused. give you that. It didn't fail to bind to it, otherwise we'd get a fatal error there. When we put you in the grid, we fire off that message. Oh, character manager. Ooh, that. That's why I was thinking that I needed the... Okay, yeah. That's why I was thinking that I needed the message broker. Because we can't do this. There's no character manager in this test. There's just a character we've plonked in. We need to look at the output of that. So we need to... Actually, I can put this back in... to a degree. Is this easier, or will it be easier to just do look, do move? Easier to just create a character manager. Enter exit. So we notify enter, which is private to the character package. We're in map over here. But also, we can do better than this now. Stack it, but yeah, European tech in general. Germany is also starting to kick out Windows a bit. HashiOS, which is a German Linux distro, in its place one on DistroWatch right now, has somehow made the news, so Linux is doing good here as well. Cool. That's pretty rad, actually. Like, screw Microsoft, honestly. So instead of this is going to be... Let's get out of character. We still need you for the sake of putting you in there. Kind of. I mean, we could just make up random IDs and tags and stuff now. And we might switch to that, but let's do this first. When we use character enter tile, we just need to listen to the subscribe to the broadcast. I love your consistency, 100%. Cool, thanks, appreciate you. I do try. It's going to get a little jank here soon, but we're going to be doing our best to continue to stream and work on this as much as possible. Honestly, like, that's kind of where I think I want my next job to be, is here. I'm kind of just tired of the corporate game. And so, as soon as I can make this pay my bills, we're going to be here, I think. This and making things, right? So share with your friends that like this kind of crap. The other thing that's happened recently, Linux-wise, kind of getting back to that, because I'm totally distracted now, is Omarchy is having a moment because DHH made it and put it out there in the world. So that's kind of making the tech sphere rounds right now, which is, it's really funny that Arch has long had this reputation of being like the hard, and it is kind of hard, right? The hard, crunchy, complex, and hostile distribution. But Omarchy uses it. It's built on Arch. It's a more curated experience, right? SteamOS is Arch based. It's kind of, Arch is kind of becoming like the core of everything that's driving normies to adopt Linux, right? Which is, it's really funny to me. I don't want to be the destroyer of dreams, but don't you need like 500 plus viewers regularly to live off Twitch? I mean, you do need a lot, right? And it just depends on what you're doing, right? So there's Twitch, there's YouTube. I'm not monetized on YouTube yet. I am monetized on Twitch. They have a $50 minimum before they'll pay you, so I haven't been paid for twitching yet. But it's in there. There's balance in there, right? So it depends on your subscribers. It depends on all of you that show up and view, right? There's a little bit of ad revenue, so you do need large numbers for that to work. But there's also YouTube. Eventually, I'll be monetized there. And then there, subscribers, fan support, all that plays in there. Making a thing to sell, kind of on the list, right? I need to figure out what that is. I really want to finish this project first, hopefully. So we're gonna, pay the bills other ways until then. And then we can, possibly get sponsorships and stuff like that as content creators. I got to be, careful there, because I don't ever want to promote things that I don't use and believe in, right? So it'll have to be, things that I believe have value. So that might make it a little harder, but we'll see. And then, whatever people are willing to pay for whatever I make. So all of the different things coming together, if I had enough people to warrant a merch shop, that could be an income stream. Like all of it together, as long as all of that eventually pays the bills, that's really the goal, right? So we'll see. I sure hope it becomes your actual thing and pay your bills, man. Cool. I really appreciate you. The stream, but also the engine product. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that there's a huge market for the engine, but I want to finish the project just because it's fun, He said he'll do streams about Rust if he gets to 1 million subs, so push hard, please. I mean, I don't think I'd ever exclusively stream Rust. I would stream the Rust book at 1 million subs. Keep Golang even if you reach 1 mil. I don't know that I would ever completely abandon Golang. I love Go a lot. But I do feel the call of Rust, right? I mean, it's interesting. I like a lot of the things about it. I'm not a huge fan of they've kind of gone the Python route where they haven't made the standard library stronger. They've just said, use these crates, which gets messy, right? That's the Python and the NPM way. And I'm not a huge fan of that, but there's also Zig that's coming. That's interesting, I actually plan to install Omarchy soon. Nice. Let us know how it is. I feel the call of Omarchy just for curiosity's sake, but I got too much crap to do. Okay, so I need to listen to the broadcast of the message broker that lives in my test map. And I need to subscribe. And then broadcast topic. This should give me a channel, right? And I need to do this before it gets fired off. Yes, this gives me a channel. And then here, and it won't be this though. This would be a message broker message. Type and data. Let's call you result message. And then here we need to do stuff. So it's going to come in as this. We're going to ignore the type for this. It should be an inter event. So what we need to do game events. This should actually just be, let's just call you event. If that's okay. Then if the this is the problem with wrapping everything in a million different things, but you know, be the way it be. What are we gonna check on the we want to check the data interface, so it's the room change info. Room data. I just really like Hyperland, as you can also see by my love for NeoVim. I just really love this stuff, but I also just hate how unstable it is. Also, I'm not that big on configuration. A little bit is okay, but I wouldn't like to spend my life configuring stuff. He says after spending his life configuring NeoVim. So Marky could take some configuration off my shoulders. Yeah, that's kind of the idea behind it, right? Which, I mean, it's great if that's what you want, and if you want the defaults, then yeah. I think that the problem you're going to run into, and a lot of people are going to run into, is that you're going to want to change a thing, and it's going to be harder for you to do that. But that's going to be that's the case always, right? So it's kind of swings and roundabouts, as they say. And hopefully the docs, I haven't looked at his docs. Hopefully they're going to cover that in a way that's sufficient enough to help people. I guess they have a Discord too. I'm not in there, but all this. Okay, so room change info. What are we caring about in here? We also want to unsubscribe, and we should do this. If I could type today, be helpful. I think this one takes the channel as well. Yes. I actually have Hyperland installed right now, and I'm actually pretty happy with the defaults. Also, the configuration itself is really easy. The problem is just when something doesn't work. On my current config, I basically can't use any X11 or X-Wayland based program because of issues with scaling. I'm not sure to tell you there. On my main box, I use X11 because Wayland is just not ready yet, so everything just works over there. My experience, Hyperland and Ricing configs are much harder than they need to be. They need better APIs. Gotcha. I have heard that it is kind of a bear to configure. And maybe like getting the adoption will help them to refine that, right? So that'd be good. Okay, so this is our room data. And we're actually just looking for, mostly for the exits here. This... We can do this. You're a room data. And then this. Let's do... You want to do that? If we make this a pointer, we can nil check it here. But we could also just let it fall through and do a deep equal on an expected state. We'll set the expected state up here. Room data, fill my fields. This should be what is the... It should be grid at. Yeah. Grid at 1. This needs to be... Oh, I don't even need to do that. This is the location itself. Sorry. This just needs to be the coordinates. Message needs to be... Did we create a tile? We connect the tiles. We made you. Okay, I see. And this returns an error. Or no, this returns a pointer. Description, but this isn't the message, actually. This would be... This is that. This is verbose. Exits needs to be... that's it? What's it? We connected you with no message. So we're going to state sheet? No, we're fixing up all of our tests. Because we broke everything. We got everything split apart so that map doesn't import character anymore. Everything runs through the message bus for events. The events handler on the character manager hands everything out to the characters that are online as appropriate. We just place you. So that, this should be the test spawn message. We're going to do... That. exits should be get ordered exits or the character ID of our this character's ID. Like so. The event map is real. I thought you decided against it. Which one? So game manager. We got going on here. We got people. Cool. So game manager. When we start up, we get a list from the different modules about the events that they handle. When it runs its action queue or handles event, either way, for async stuff, it just hands them out to those handlers. They say, I know how to handle it. It says, great, here you go. The character manager. This is in character. We say at the beginning here, we have this saved. It says, we know how to handle all of these. And then in our handle event, it's just basically a great big switch that knows how to hand out different things to the characters. And because we know who's online here in the character manager or who's an active character, we can look them up by ID. So we only have to pass UUIDs around, right? And then we know what to do. So like for a look, or not a look, but let's say for a character enter, we only need one message. We know that we notify enter on the topic character. And then for all of the observers, we say, great. If you're active, then we're going to say that the topic character entered your room. And this is split up like this instead of just being all one, because the notification gets fired off before we add you in. And it doesn't have to, like it could go either way, right? This just makes sure that either way they work. That was really the only way to impose sanity and avoid circular imports and stuff like that, right? Have a hypothetical for you. Let's say you would be 22 years old, studying IT now in 4th semester, 3 more to go until bachelor's degree. Same shitty job market. Would you finish university or switch? Completely random scenario that does not match anyone in this chat. I would... That's a tricky one, right? For me, I would evaluate how much do I like the work, right? Am I going to get this degree because somebody said, well, you can make a lot of money for not doing any work, which is a lie in most cases. In all of the cases I've experienced, let's just say. The other question I would ask myself is, what would I switch to? Because you've already gone so far, right? What would I switch to that would let me do what I want to do, if that's something different? You've already spent a lot of money. You might as well get something out of it. And like, even if you finish with that IT degree, having a degree will still open some doors, right? Some people will take that as a sign you can finish things, which is absurd and stupid, and anymore it's kind of crap and a lie. But you've already gone halfway, right? So, you know? But I would also like prepare myself for what do I do as a backup? I would start thinking about what do I do as a backup, right? I don't think that the market will be this shitty forever. I really think and I really hope that right now we're kind of hitting peak fuck around, right? Companies are gonna hit the find out phase sooner or later. You still need smart people to solve problems. AI is not in the current state taking our jobs, right? It's taking our jobs in the sense that people with C at the start of their title think it can, and they would love it for it too. But the reality is that it's not capable yet. Will it eventually be there? Probably. Will LLMs get us there? I don't think so. I think it'll be something new. But we still need people to solve problems. And if you really truly like the work, I think that you'll be able to find something. And you might have to work like me. I'm going to work a non-tech job. I'm almost certain of it. I'm going to be doing things that are not coding. Just to pay the bills. And if you got to do that, then you got to do that. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with that at all, right? Finish, while not all IT jobs require a bachelor's degree, it does open some doors. Yeah, you can learn a lot of really useful things you wouldn't otherwise get exposed to if you switch to a different degree program. It shouldn't be to switch to something because that's where the market is. Exactly. You won't have any fulfillment with that switch. Yeah. Having a degree and not having a degree is a very strong signal. Is this candidate smart? For the part of companies will need smart people. Yeah, I mean, they say so. As somebody with a degree who went to school, I don't think I believe that, but companies still do. I finished a business degree and now I write code. For most interviews, I stand out because I got a unique mix. Yeah, okay, sure. That's a good point too. So you go into other fields and I think it'll help carve a niche. Yeah, could be. Like if you were saying, should I go to school or should I do something else? I would probably, if it was me, I would do something else if I had to do it all over again. But if you're already halfway through, it's silly to walk away, I think. Question of what should I switch to is actually the biggest counter argument for me. I don't really have alternatives. The good thing is 3 semesters is probably a good time span to watch how the IT scene evolves and get my head back in order. Yeah, I think I explained the issues once. If not, there are some issues up there. How many candidates did I interview during my time working? A handful. And I was always more interested in what have you made? Show me a project. Let's talk about code. I don't ever care about somebody's degree. Also, I just don't know what job is safe right now. Blue-collar jobs replaced by robots? Doubt it. Office jobs by AI? Doubt it. So pretty rare to find anything with no existential threat. No job is safe ever. Pluck has got it. There was somebody in a Discord server, and they said, you know your job is safe when everybody in the company has a Herman Miller chair. And I was like, every job that I've ever been laid off from, we had Herman Miller chairs. Like it's just a thing, right? We had those and snack rooms and silly things, right? Sit stand desks, all of that. There is no indication ever that you're safe because you're never safe. As soon as the company thinks it can save half a penny laying you off, you're out the door. That's just facts in all industries. Like that's how things work, right? There's a lot of power in being able to do software development where you are a force multiplier, and AI is just generating vibe-coded barf quickly with security holes. Yes. There's evidence of people on Twitter where they vibe-coded an entire app, and then it got completely mauled via the cybersecurity vulnerabilities the LLM baked into it. Yeah. Where it included the cloud storage API key, I guess. I almost never cared about projects completed. I was interviewing people for the future projects. Yeah, but if you've completed a project, like you clearly have some skills, right? Let's talk about those. Like, and because it's something you did, you were motivated enough to do yourself, they're going to be interested in talking about it, right? And then you can really get a good feel for like what their level of understanding was, you know, and like you can just kind of get a sense. And also you get to know more about them as a person and do I want to work with this person, right? But Dr. Nefarious, there was Replit. There was a guy on Twitter just today. Replit deleted his prod database for him, so that's super funny. You sound negative about save half a penny. If the present net value of the project is negative, it must be canceled or adjusted. Sure. I mean, but you can use those people elsewhere, right? Or the whole corporate project management thing is a whole nother ball of wax. Problem is AI development is, in my opinion, not looking like slowing down. To me, it's just getting started, but it could also just completely halt tomorrow. I mean, go form your own opinion, right? Ouch at the prod vaporization. I mean, he was vibe coding, so fuck around, find out, right? Like the whole thread was, oh, I'm doing my vibe coding and Replit, and this is amazing. And then it was just like a train wreck in a thread, and it was pretty funny. Laying off people while profit increase is scummy. I can't deal with corporate. Yeah, it really is. Record projects and like 9,000 layoffs, right? Record profits. Words. Sweet summer child. AI winter is coming. Yeah. So there's the Gartner hype cycle, right? And Wikipedia has an even better one. Maybe it wasn't Wikipedia. It is. It is. Negative press begins is where we are with AI, right? So we did the R&D, startups, all this, high price, early adopters, mass media hype, been there. Supplier proliferation, there's a new vibe-coded wrapper every day. Beyond early adopters, negative press begins, and we start to fall. And then, something will come out of it, I'm sure. That makes sense to me. But yeah, it's a thing. Even Gartner has it, right? Theirs is less, but I'll link that for people. Executives are not judged by the absolute profits, they're judged by the growth rate of the profit. Yeah. There's a whole lot of really interesting reading. I think I've linked this before. If I could type. And not all of these are free. He's got some premium stuff now, but there's a lot of free stuff there. He has a lot of really, really interesting thoughts on the matter, and it makes for interesting reading. Crypto is going through its own hype cycle again, so get ready with us crypto pros after AI dies off again. No, Marco, you were the chosen one. You were supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them. I personally prefer to handcraft all of my artisanal foot guns. Exactly. At least I know how to fix them. Yes. LLM will just end up deleting the functions I'm still trying to use in my code. Like, what the hell? What you're looking for is a lifestyle business where everything is optimized for the convenience of the founders. If you are the founder, then you're set. What I'm looking for is a thing that pays my bills and allows me to make good stuff that people actually want. That's what I'm looking for. I have this crazy idea that maybe you could have a business that made money prior to enshittification. But yeah, Nefarious, I'm with you. I don't use any AI at all. I'm not interested in having it. I saw somebody talking about having one write test code for them, and it mocked the function under test so that the test would always pass. Like, I'm good enough at writing subtle bugs and missing things, but if I did it all myself, I have a general idea of what I did and where to look, right? I don't want a code review for my life. Like, I'm not into that. Anywho, this result, expected data, I think it's got one, right? We just went through this and I already forgot. It's not that. This is where it's got want. I don't think we have anything that's going to cause an issue with this. Want got. So it's backwards. Add result data. If and then all this ugly string matching can go away. We can compare that now. Let's see if I messed up or not. Short description. So we got nothing back. Oh, yeah, we got nothing back. Interesting. We should definitely get something out of there. Using AI to code is like having a very sure of himself intern that absolutely loves bullshitting himself, his peers, and the superiors. You catch it, and without blinking an eye, he goes, you're absolutely right. Here's the fix. I've had human interns like this. Yeah. The difference between, and this is a take that I've seen multiple places, but I like it. The difference between that is that human intern will probably learn eventually whether or not that's with you or after when you fire him for that. But the AI doesn't right now. My favorite thing about AI is that no one knows how it works. I read some article where someone showed the prompts Anthropic gives to Claude to give its personality or something. There's just 2-3 paragraphs where they're just begging the AI to stop listing things all the time. After testing, it was still printing lists all the time. I mean, well, that's been for a long time. That's been like, well, we have these AI models and we don't know why they make the decisions they do. But if we knew why code worked the way it did when we ran it, we would never have a bug again. Right? Right now, I don't know why I got an empty object here. Right? There should have been a message waiting for me. So it's no different than anything else that is code. A system that grows large becomes hard to understand completely. And just the other day, I read something, I forget where. They were talking to somebody that was like a senior engineer, and they said that the answer stuck with me because they were talking about the difference of code that you wrote, code that you reviewed, and which one do you understand better. And the graybeard said, code that I've debugged, I understand the most. Extremely noticeable desperation in these poems was just awesome. I mean, that's like, you know, that's literally the vibe coding meme. Like Programmers Are Also Human has a vibe coder videos. Please center the diff, you know. You're a senior engineer. You're not going to believe it, though. In Italy, I found a job listing prompt engineer for $60K a year. I mean, I've seen them too. Yeah, I will believe it because I've seen it. I've seen vibe coder job postings, and they are also pretty low paid. That was me setting up my Linux stuff with AI. What if you stopped using AI? Stop it. Okay, so we need to also add, so that we know for sure, and I should have done this to start with. We need a fatal here if we aren't able to assert. So I might have just messed up my assertion logic. Be careful saying 60K a year is low paid. You have Europeans here. That was a European. Oh, I guess I did say that. The things I have seen have been low paid. I don't recall numbers, but they were low paid. Like probably below 60. I want to say I saw like a 40 somewhere. which, like, I don't disagree with. If you're hiring a vibe coder, they should be dirt cheap. $60K a year, I would live like a king. Yeah, so I want to say that the last numbers I really saw where people did like the um economic analysis, right, was that you needed to earn like 70 to 80 in the US in 2025 for like your average middle class standard of living. That was where the bar is today. 40K is above an engineer with a degree. Yeah, you guys get paid not nearly enough. This relaxes me. Cool. Appreciate you. I'm glad. Okay, so this is a fatal error for us. It will say invalid room change info data, or invalid event data type. Pay grade in EU is actually on par with the value delivered. Gotcha. So that might be like, regional or country, like cost of living stuff. I don't really know anything about the EU economy. For sure. I know that here, 40K is not much. It's very little. Is that a good thing? Uh, is what a good thing? The pay grade stuff? And we'll do must be this type. That way we can, as humans, see this. This is and we need room data here. How much is it take home? 2K a month won't be enough to rent an apartment in Berlin. Gotcha. Isn't Berlin like super, super, super expensive right now? I feel like I saw a thing about that recently, like where y'all have employed people living under bridges because the cost of living is just so high in that area specifically. Yeah, is the pay grade being on par with the value delivered a good thing? Good question. One thing I learned from moving to a comparably big city is that I do not want to live in the city anymore. So, I mean, yeah, not as expensive as Munich, probably. Gotcha. Maybe it was Munich. I can't remember now. New contracts are 2,500 a month. So when I lived in Utah, my rent on an apartment, a single bedroom that was not that much bigger than my trailer, was $1,600 a month, and it kept going up every year when I renewed my lease. There are only 0.8% free apartments in Berlin. Yeah, housing supply is an issue we deal with too. There's things to hate about the EU, but healthcare and service here sort of make up for it. That is if you can land a 60K job. Yeah, there's very different economic circumstances for sure. Okay, so this is invalid event data type, right? Yeah. And I should do I should just do this. That's that. And we need a game events event. How big is one bedroom in square meters? That's a good question. Let me see. I'm just gonna ballpark it because I don't remember what it really was. It would be close to 65 square meters. I believe, as best I can remember. So I live in a city with 200,000 inhabitants. My apartment is 3 rooms, 55 square meters, and it's roughly 700 euros a month. Yeah. I would like to move somewhere a bit more quiet, but otherwise I'm really happy with everything, so yeah. On one hand, most of the businesses are not able to leverage engineering input into producing a value. On the other, the engineers are focusing on the yak shaving and bike shedding instead of producing the best value. Yeah, so there was actually 65 square meters of a house in Berlin. Gotcha. And I mean, part of that too is like how we choose to use our space. I don't know about Berlin, but I know in the UK, like you guys don't have a laundry room or a laundry closet. They put like the washing machine in the kitchen, for instance, right? Couldn't even find a pit in the UK for less than a newborn child a month. Yeah. So I was just reading this article the other day, and it tied into actually the latest, the preview of the latest premium article from, it's not what I want, from Ed, which this was actually from, Ludic is his online name. Let me pull it up. So there was this. Okay, so this is a premium, but there is a preview. This is the article that introduced him to me. And when I started following him, because this was deeply funny, but he linked to this other article that I had just encountered, like a day before or that morning. I can't remember. I gotta find this right here. So this, and I think it was in here. He said, somewhere there was a reference to this article where they said, like, this is familiar to 50% of the software developers I talk to. But essentially, he's talking about this do-nothing job that everybody keeps talking about, where it's all just productivity theater, right? I've never worked in a place like that myself, but I hear a lot about it, specifically in this. And I actually think that I came close to this once. I was briefly a test architect is what they wanted me to be. Nobody had any idea what I was supposed to actually do or produce. I wasn't supposed to write tests. And I had senior developers tell me, well, we need you to show us some kind of a pattern for testing. And I'm like, what? Write your damn tests. So I think maybe I was almost in that kind of job. But it didn't work for me because I am a do thingser, right? I need to have things to do. Otherwise I get unhappy. I just don't know why you'd ever want to live in Berlin unless you have to do it because of your job. Gotcha. Yeah, I know nothing about it. Berlin is beautiful, but fairly dense population. Well, that's kind of like EU is tiny, right? Like all of Europe is kind of tiny, and you guys are pretty densely packed, right, in the cities as a kind of like a general rule of thumb. A lot of stereotypes, I admit. However, I'd like to tend to disagree. Good kebab, though. I've cut a team of 12 to 5 and quadrupled the output. I mean, yeah, there's the such thing as too many cooks in the kitchen too, right? Not really population density. Any sufficiently advanced technology is distinguishable from magic to the non-technical folks, indistinguishable from magic to the non-technical folks in management. Yeah. Yes. Okay. It must be just some cities then, because that's just like a common thing that gets talked about is like tiny apartments and in large populations and congested roads. Okay, we need to 1,200 per square kilometer in Berlin, 80 in our region. I think that's Asia, not us. No, it's definitely a thing, a vibe. Like, vibe has been stolen from us as a word. It's definitely a vibe about things I've read about the EU in general. Check here. Here's a fairly large city near where I will be headed soon. Which isn't one of it's on the list of most populous places, but not high up on the list. Where is your density? 3,000 per square mile, 1,160 per square kilometer. So, pretty comparable. We don't have 7 Walmarts and 9-lane highways here, so things feel smaller and more human-sized. I think that could be too. Yeah, that could very well be. And 7 is entirely too low. You need at least 16. Normally, I try to be like 20 minutes away from a town big enough to have one Walmart. So according to ChatGPT, New York has 11,000 people per square kilometer. Berlin, 4,300. I mean, that's New York, right? That's a bad place. That's like on the list of places that are crowded and expensive, New York and California, right? And California gets like the Silicon Valley is the primary driver of that opinion. Not all places in California are like that, I'm told. And I believe to be true. It's very expensive anywhere in the state, though. Mongolia has 1 person per square kilometer. There are Mongols who never meet other Mongols. Nice. The Grand Tour did an episode in Mongolia, and I had never really thought of Mongolia like seriously as like, it exists, Mongolians, Genghis Khan, all the cool historical stuff, but I'd never really like seriously thought about Mongolia. But some of the stuff they were driving through in that country was just astonishingly beautiful. Productivity theater, you mean like Jira story crafting? Yes. The effort of creating Jira user stories seriously cuts into actual development time. Also, when you throw ops into the mix to get DevOps, now you're committing to have numerous interruptions from production fires and customer walk-ups. It throws productivity into a ditch like no other. Yeah. And basically all of Scrumgile, right? In New York, the guns are forbidden, bad place. I actually don't know anything about their gun laws. It's a bad place because it's crowded and expensive. This is a false dichotomy. And still more crime than anywhere in Europe. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I hear a lot of crime. Never something I really studied, though, because I have no desire to go there. Where we were going to run the test. I've been so distracted today. It's great. I love it. I mean, Berlin is the EU's biggest city, so we should be able to compare it to one of the biggest cities in the US. I mean, okay, sure. Yeah, that's fine. That's fair. Ah, that's what happened, because this gives us a pointer to an event for reasons that I don't recall exactly right now. And if we need to change that, we can. Character notify. Wanted room data. Oh, yes. Okay. When we hand this out, new character notify event, we have another layer because this encodes, this is like a generic character notify, which encodes things like who's in the room, who's the topic. This is just the room data here. So we do need to do that. Character notify. This needs to be this. Kind of sucks for testing, kind of little frustrating to work with, but in order to keep our message bus generic and be able to reuse these things, kind of need it. Need that. This else. Can live there. We need one more. Of these checks. And this is event data type. Got that. Oh, I wanted that, which is not room data, but character notify. This is that. What do you think, boys? Should we let the US join the EU so Mongoose Jews can live in us? I don't know that anybody wants that. I hear Canada's pretty mad about things, you know. I feel like it would just become one of the same situation, right? Did I put you in the wrong? I think I put you in the wrong place. You need to go here. Leave. Let's double check ourselves. This is room change info. Else character notify data type. We need to do like an unwrap for this or something. That's fine for now. Let's see here. Just saw the density in Paris is twice as high as in New York. So you're right, maybe we are crowded. The French, no knows what they're doing over there anyway, so no one wants that. We're trying to get Canada to join the EU, though. Okay, let's run this guy again. Ow, short description. Panics. That's not ideal. Unsupported field room data. Because right. There is compare is kind of dumb. So that's not what I want. I want T error. We're just going to do it manually. And because this is going to be a struct, we're going to do that. And let's do wanted first. There, okay. That'll clean up everything. And we got... Because we don't put our long description in here. Should we, though? No. It's an unused field in this case. This should be empty in this one. The rest of this, though, should be good. I hope. Yes. Okay. Now, we can use this to fix up the other things. Hi, how are you doing? Oh, doing all right. How about you, Hydroxer? Gonna head out. I now have 3 days to study for an exam about operating systems without going to a lecture. Wish me luck. Good luck. Have fun. For real, though. Good luck. I'm sure you got this. So, this... This is kind of booty cheeks. It's less bad over here because we unwrap it at different steps, right? Character manager. Handle event. We switch on the type. But in game manager, lives down here. When we get an event, yeah, we look at the type, the execution type specifically. We type switch to make sure it's a game event. So that pulls it out, right? And we put the data in here, handle it as appropriate. So that strips off the event. Then character manager says, all right, great. Tell me about this event. And it pulls out the data from the event and makes sure that it's the correct type. And then we would need to look at apples to apples here. So character enter, for example. And then it makes sure that the data contained inside of this character notification event is correct. So this does 2 unwraps, but it's less awful than this, right? Did you hear about the dev-only dating platform? Are we so different from the common folk? I mean, I didn't hear about that, no. Dating sites are crap, though. Just like job sites, right? Same thing. Same exact thing. The longer you stay, the better for them. Are we so different from the comic folk? Absolutely. In so many ways that we don't even realize. Does that make us like incompatible with them from a dating perspective? No, not really. But 504. It could. It's the last thing in the function though, so I don't usually care too much. But like, there's a lot of differences in our worlds, you know, that in my experience can drive people crazy. Like, I'm very analytical, right? That's how I am. A lot of us are. Drives some people insane. But for testing, I don't want to duplicate this. So unwrap unwrap room data. And then this takes what is result message. It's a message broker message, yeah. And this will return either a room data or an error. And all of this will get pulled into here essentially, except that's message. And I can actually pull this line down as well. Got to run. It's time to fire up the barbecue. Take care, and then queue up some work for my indie development team. Gotcha. Have a good one. Enjoy the barbecue. I'm jealous. It sounds delicious right now. And maybe we'll catch you some other time. And then instead of this, return result which should be empty still, and an error. And if I could type, it would help me. Like so, and then this is not result message, it's just MSG now. Otherwise, return result and no error. And then up here, is unwrap, room data, result message. All of this goes away. This is not this is broker.broker message. What? Type broker message. Oh. This is an interface, that's fine. Okay, and then heck was I? The error is not equal to nil. That's fatal. Error. Wrapping. Room data. Now, everything should still pass. But we should have pulled that out nicely. And short description still working. Now, we can do the same thing for long description. Let's close these for now. We're not messing with those right now. And for get cars might be different. We're going to use the same thing here. Like so. That's not that. We also need this stuff up here in setup. And then this all can come in replacement of all this grossness. That's still a fatal. Message retracted. Don't know what you said. Missed it. I was working on a DC bot lately, a general multi-purpose bot, a side hobby project. I just completed its moderation module using Python for it and have college to attend. That's why I was busy. Gotcha. No worries. It's summertime, right? Like lots of people are busy doing stuff. I'm thankful for everybody who comes to hang out when they can, you know, but I don't expect everybody to show up every day. That's just unrealistic, you know? Except for in this case, we do return the verbose description, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, how's it going? And that should fix my verbose. No, it doesn't. Why not? Cause... Oh, did I do... Right. I have made a silly oversight. Because... this doesn't happen on being placed anymore. Thank you for streaming. I think it's genuinely awesome to see more people who love what they do and aren't sellouts. I appreciate that. I don't know if you've been here when I talked about it before, but I talk about it all the time. Like, I started doing this just kind of like for something to do, to kind of keep me sane and to see what happened. And I really didn't think anybody would watch me ever. And then suddenly, like, people kept showing up. So here I am, and I discovered accidentally that I really enjoy it. Gotta go sleep. It's 1:45. See ya. Cool. Have a great night, man. We'll catch you tomorrow, maybe. Or some other time, you know, whenever. Whenever. Come hang out whenever. Okay, so we need to do this still. Because we gotta pull you out of there. But we want the second one, really. Because placing you will give you the short description, and then we need to do a do look with an empty list for tags. And we should do this. And we're going to do result count. And then here, if it's equal to 1, we do all that. And then here we break that. which is kind of ugly, but it's a test, so I'm less worried. Okay. What did we mess up? Do look. You don't have a location? No, you do have a location. That's redundant. Message broker go 121. Subscriptions. Dispatch message. Ooh. This is a private field. Crap. As it should be. We shouldn't have access to the character's message broker outside the package. We're really just using you for just a test struct. That's why we create you manually instead of going through a real-ish sort of deal, right? But what we can do my green screen curtain just came down partway. We can do this. We can fire this off. Um, that, and then that. This is going to be message broker, dispatch, broadcast topic. This will be broken because it panicked. There we go. Okay. And then, this is annoying. We don't need to do that. We have access to look here. What am I thinking? I'm not. It's that kind of day. I has the dumb today. We just need to put a look data into look. That'll fire this off. All right. I'm going to go refill this. I'm going to go fix that, and I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back, and then I will undumb this test. I hope. There we go. All right. I just noticed you don't have your mini map on. Disabled my mini map once. Spent months somewhere between line 3000 and Eternal Despair. What do you mean mini map? Not being stupid. That's what we were doing. So we hide those. Yes, that's correct. This needs to come out of there. The character still needs to be put into this place. Think. Yeah. This just needs to be a look event that we need to make. I think it's new look. It's going to return an event. We actually want look data. Source is that. Source is that. File, you know, like GTA, but instead of cars, it shows you all your code. Oh, yeah, no. I don't think that's turned on by default, but I don't like that. This is still empty because it's a room look. All this gets replaced. That. Let's see, you're not new. Nice. Thanks. Okay. That's correct. Message came in though. Oh, right, yes. Message is not set because this isn't the spawn message. There is no message set for a look. That is correct. Short description is empty. Long description is the long one. Northwest. North. East. Southeast. South. Southwest. Okay. That is better. But did we hide? No, it's a different one that we hid the exits. Okay. This now. Place you both in here. And you fail because there's no tile at 1-1. We would need you to be at 0, 0. That fixes that. Okay. Now, invisible exit unseen. Should give invalid move error, instead got nil. So let's go look at move. I don't know why we have double comments there. Valid transit. Because we took out the checks for invisible things. Okay. Where did that used to live? It's all that. That's for look stuff. That was a couple days ago. I should do this instead. This would be more intelligent. Ah. History for selection. Probably be this one, maybe? Tile table, that's very old. I wonder if transit table used to check. Nope. Either way. So here's where we need to do... We didn't do you over here, did we? It wouldn't make sense to do the check in here at all. Because then we'd have to roll back, right? So we need to do it beforehand. We need to know if it's a valid exit, valid transit. Here's where we need to do the check. Um... this is set. It's in map. Um, character ID. So we get the entry out of here. This needs to be the ID. If there's not a success here, this needs to come with a check result. No. Because the look or the check needs to happen at a different stage. So it needs to be in here for this to work. This must already be saved in here for this to work at this stage. Because we don't wait or don't have bidirectional comms with the character in question. Another event has to trigger adding a success here. So if there's no success here for this, can I break? No, I would need to do need to restructure this a little bit for sanity. I guess we could just guard this. We'd have to do something like that. But this needs to actually be... Because we're going to have to do in here further, like right here, or after, a check for the use, right? So if you can see it, you should know about it. You should submit me a skill check event coming in. Apparently Twitch fell over earlier, like 11 minutes ago. Oh, Twitch, what are we gonna do with you? We'll have to see. Well, it just fell over again. What are you doing, Twitch? Seriously? Is it me? Is it Restream? It's very annoying. Hopefully we're back for good-ish now. Oh, apparently, yeah, it is me, apparently. I had some kind of an internet blip because I've got 0% drop frames. Deeply annoying. Fortunately, I'll be relocating soon, and hopefully this will help. That will help. Because these things sort of started happening roughly when I got to this location. Like, despite many, many clear skies, I have experienced occasional drops here. Anywho, so we're going to need to do checks on the U's as well, if it's present, right? And if you can see the transit, you need to have submitted me a skill check to go with your attempt to use it. So we can just do can transit, and then here we wrap all this. Otherwise, you fall through to invalid move. Visible exit unseen. So that should do what we need, I hope. So, what do we got going on here? $452. Map doesn't have skill check tracker. You should. $452. Character ID. Location east. That should work there. 216 move. Does transit not have an ID? That should give me a different error if that was there. Derp. If there's no entry, that would be a problem. Just break this up. Nice. What did I do? Was there a 69? All right. Actually, that, or in both cases, this is going to be false. So it needs to be if save entry is nil or success is false. Then I set that. That'll tidy that up nicely. About to sneeze. Ah, there we go. Thought that was going to stall for half a second. There we go. Okay. Test move via invisible exit. No, unseen. And on if it's known, then we still work. There we go. Perfect. Now, go over here. What else do we have that's broken? Oh, we need to fix look as well. But we already kind of test look by doing long description. Now this involves characters too, so we'll put this in. And we'll fix this up. This will be a little bit tricky. That's fine. Do that. Oh my gosh, what is your field called? Current room info. There we go. Test location. Test location. Tags. Because we're going to have to expand this testing a little bit. Since look does more things now, right? Put you in here. It's ID and then tags and the location. Yes. And this is test location. Location. Like so. Okay. We don't listen to events on the test character anymore. Put you up there, that's fine. We're going to do steal from ourselves here. From test long description. Should change that a second here. in our setup code. Actually, if we do this after this, that other stuff will get dropped. Comment this out really quick, just so we can test that theory. This should still pass if we put it after. Just make sure. This long description. So no result red. Oh no, crap. Yeah, this should happen after the look. Why is that? Database disconnected. Oh, we had stuff in there still. Bet. Why would that result in a failure? Execution app configured for event type notify character using default. We should fix that. But that's not this. Placing them and letting that be dropped should be fine. Look should come after. Broadcast topic. Message. Should get dispatched. What's going on? Look event. No result read from the message channel. It's probably like a race condition type thing, right? But I guess we can test that. Let's sleep for a second. Just for fun. Just to see. Still no result. Interesting. We see one dropped, which is correct. I guess we could also try sleeping here. Still no result. Weird. We only see one get dropped. Let's do... We should be able to debug the test. Notify character. We don't ever get here. Okay. Plot thickens. Ah, it would be... Something's exiting too soon. Oh, it would be up here, that's right. Message channel. There's something in there. Oh. That's why. We won't really need that at all if we fix this. Nor will we need this loop. Silly, silly me. Yeah, there we go. The loop looking for the second message. It got me. I done got. Okay. So, that confirms that, which is very good because that gets rid of a bunch of crap I don't want if I don't have to have, right? Let's go back here. We'll uncomment this, and then we'll do the same thing here where We can subscribe after. Yep, there we go. Perfect. Okay. And then this is going to be test look room only. I think we're done with that for now. Hopefully done with that for now. Just get all that. There we go. So, this then this has been pulled internal. Doesn't take this anymore. We have an error instead. This takes a look event. Just look data. We're gonna have to do just do a new ID here. That's fine. New from int 00. Is that where we are? It is. Okay. Empty string for the tags. Menu create look event. Empty tags because this is a room look. And we'll have to also check looking at the a character in the room, right? But this is just room, so we can do this. And then here, app test, tile test. Actually, we were stealing from ourselves. That's what we were doing. We can grab this, replace this. Room data, which is still correct. And then this goes away, but we also need unwrap notify event? Yeah. This returns an event and an error or an error. We're going to grab no, not an event. Character notify. This stays. This innermost one does not. Well, actually, I need to. This one, this is that. That. There. Okay. Unwrap notify event. This needs to be broken or message because it's the interface version. Okay. like so. We also need let's make this one notify results. And then this one is the room data. So we can do that, and then we can say unwrap room data, result message. These can both just be fatal, that's fine. Like so. And then we can do this. We can say this is still expected room data, except for we're at 0, 0 now. We might be able to do this in one, actually. Let's take this out for just a second. I would really like to do it in one if I can. I don't know if deep equal is going to be smart enough, though. We'll find out. Character notify, fill the fields. Private is... That's a good question. It should be true here. Room look first. True. Topic ID should be the character that we did the look. Should be source ID. Occupants should be a list of UUIDs. And theoretically, because you're a list, order should be guaranteed, which means you should be test car ID, test car 2 ID, like so. Data should be not room data. Game events, room data, fill the fields. Zero, zero, which is where we are. Message should be an empty string. Short description should be an empty string. This should be should be this, but with a different coordinate. And then our exits should be this, but with a different coordinate. And this is our fake dude there. If we get rid of this real quick until we know we need it. Now bad room look results. Occupant, yeah, occupants there. Okay, good. Got like so. Notify results, expected, notified data, like so. Let's run this bad boy. See if I've forgotten things. Probably. No? We're golden. I love it. I love it so much. There we go. Okay, so now say let's test look room, test look character in room. This can all be the same. We'll fix this up though. It won't really matter, but you know, just in case. We can still use our test character, that's fine. But tags we need to do. Let's look at our second dude. We'll look at Baz. Like so. Let's actually do both of his tags, just to exercise more stuff, right? The return value here. This is long description. I want to be over here. So this is not a room look. It's not an ID look. We should test by ID though. We'll do that next. Character look event is what we need. So we'll need... Well, actually, we can just unwrap the notify event. And we just check that inside of here, output.string outputs this. Ah, right, this is for no thing there. So it is still a look event. It still goes into a notify, right? Doesn't. Because it's different. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. We'll just borrow from ourselves again here real quick. Character notify, this should be look data. This just has a source and a target that comes back. That that this should be Feel that. Source ID is our look event. Source ID. We're at 0, 0 here still. Target tags. Wait. What did I do wrong here? It's a targeted event. Right. Look data is the thing we feed in. This needs to be fixed up as well. It's fine and dandy. Target ID is we did Baz Quux, so it's test char 2 ID. How's that? Good. Perfect. So room only, character in room. We'll do character in room by ID. So this is going to look the same, except for our target tags will be the ID in string format. Results should be the same. All the other stuff should be the same. Life is good. We just want to make sure that just for bookkeeping. Okay, what else do we need? Character not in room. So this one, for our looky look, we'll look for somebody that's not there. The result that comes back is going to be a notify event again. Character notify, right? New character notify, yes. Character notify. Private is true in this case. Topic ID. Look event. Source ID. Occupants should be because this still goes in there, right? No, it's empty. Okay. It makes sense. We didn't put it in there because we're not actually looking at them. Data should be... There is no... Make sure we capitalize everything correctly. There is no test user here. I think that all works. And it does. Fantastic. Love it. Okay, I think that's all of that. Perfect. We still have other stuff that's broken. Command parser is broken. Character test is broken. That's not surprising. Did a bunch of changes. Map editor. We'll have to fix that. That's fine. Game map create movement. Yeah. We need to move that. That's fine. Server internal, server game map is okay. Yeah, okay, so we're good with game map tests now. So we'll do a quick commit for this. Fix game map package tests after refactor. Perfect. Now, on to the next thing. We'll stay in server for now. Don't need that yet. Don't need that yet. Don't need that yet. Don't need that. We'll just keep main open. We'll leave that just for a placeholder. Let's do character tests. That's the other big package that we have a lot of refactoring in. Character manager is in the same package, so it's going to be very broken. Okay. I don't know which one to start with first. We'll just start with character. I don't think it really matters. Default starting location needs to be... We used you a lot. Default starting location in character. Actually, that's in manager. Default starting location, coordinates new from int. This. Where else are you used? You're used here. If we put that back, and up here we change the constant, that'll fix everything. This is room information now. Location that exits make an empty map, just so that you're in there. Perfect. That fixes all that. From a compilation standpoint anyway. I think we're still going to have some broken stuff, but that's fine. We got one there that's still broken. Okay, so our test notify stuff. Yeah, that makes sense that that'd be broken. Okay, so notify exit. We have the character, and then we have the room change data. Notify other exit. We have a target character. Room data. Fill the fields. This is default starting location. Our text exit text. Let me go look. Notify exit. And there's no test exit. Yeah, okay. So none of these need to be in there. This is a point. We use location. It would help if I save this. This is that We look for the message, okay, expected message, expected update. Is this leaves test leave? Ah, right, because test exit, let's just say. And we'll make this. Test exit. It's annoying that I have to fix these all before I get results, but it is what it is. This is going to be very similar, though. We're going to copy this. And then down here, we do the same thing. Test room data. This is for another person entering. Test notify other enter target. This is fine because these get populated differently based on the transit. So yeah, we can do that. Without masking anything, I hope. This, okay, yes. So, we still need test room data. There is no self exit anymore. This is just notify exit. This is me. And then this is test room data. Specifically, this is a pointer to me. And then this is... This should not be capitalized. You move to the test exit. Self enter, kind of the same deal. Oh no. Copy that again. Same deal. This should be different though. This is you see a very cool test room. No, this is not that. This is your short desk. A very cool test room. And then we need exits. No, there's no exits. If there's no exits, there's no string there. We need exits. That is fine, except for... I don't want that. I do want to have an exit. Fill the fields for me. Wrong thing to fill the fields in. Fill the fields. Oh my gosh. This is north, east. Sure, why not? No checks. And then testchar dot notify enter me, specifically a pointer, And then test room data. We'll move this down. It's going to get long. I should see. You see a very cool test room. New lines. And then build exit text. There are exits leading. Actually. For diff. Very cool test room. 2 of those. And then a string, which is build exit text from test room data dot exits. Right? Yes. That's what I expect. Okay. I'm either braining very well or very badly, and I'm going to find out when I fix the tests over here. Based on how today has gone so far, the latter. Tidy these up real quick. Oh, do I have failures over there still? Did I miss something? What did I miss? It's one I just did. Oh, I have one too few close friends. That's fine. Now are you happy? Now you're happy. Good. Okay. What? Want that? Only a couple things over here. Car2 internal. Current room info is going to be room information, location, exits, empty, like so. No ID. It's gonna be the same object here. We're just gonna replace this object. Same dealy deal. For now, anywho. Because we let the map tell us about that before we fill it in. That might be enough to get me running. Okay, everything fails, but it does run. Character manager requires a message broker. Okay, fair enough. This well, hang on. We're not actually sure that we want to make this a requirement. Let me comment this out really quick and see how many times we panic. Well, actually, we're only going to panic once, and then it'll all fall apart. But notify self-exit's going to fail. It's just going to take forever to time out. I should make these way shorter. Not actually sure why I decided on 10 seconds there. That should be 1. In fact, that Copy. Pasty. On. Fixed. Okay. Everything but these guys and load character and converting worked. Converting is broken because tags need to be in. I think we're going to put this into a warning. This doesn't actually panic. And that's because when we do handle, no, it's actually it's only when we send is characters get nil, but we check that. I think. Notify other action. Notify. That's not for that. Where the heck do we use this again? Do look. Ah, yes. Okay. We just have to check there. We could do. We could be even more clever. We could say dispatch message. This takes a message broker message. And actually, this wouldn't need to be a pointer at all. We say if that. Or we could also do is we could say here, if it is nil, we could say error character unable to dispatch message broker message no message broker provided. Like so. And then just return. Otherwise, it spits out the message. So then here we do, this shouldn't be exported. Or this should be broadcast message. Since we are hard coding that it's a broadcast topic. That can just be that. Then we do the same thing. Not here. Do move. Then we can leave this check out of the character manager. For now, at least. Because it won't matter currently. We don't do anything else with it from here. It's only there to hand off to the characters so they can broadcast right now. It may do it later. It's fine for now. Okay. This should fix our converts, I think. We're gonna run. No, didn't. What else did I forget? Oh no, we didn't fix them. Right. We get totally sidetracked making that save. Tags are expected to be that. And that. I believe. These are still going to fail, but that's fine. Really? What am I missing? Tags are now fixed. Tweets map. UUID. Traits and things. Whatever the heck that is. Either has a manager. Make sure. Expected result, result expected. Attributes is a map. That. Human eyes are unable to see a difference. Contents are identical. Okay. So, what the fuck? character. Doesn't return a pointer. Expect that. Bet you it's this map. That's just my hunch. Because a map that exists and a null map, I bet, look different in memory. Okay. So let's actually undo this really quick. Not tags. Undo that. And then in our conversion, character manager, minimize you. That. Because a nil map versus an empty map, different in memory. Which has a lot to do with how deep equal works. Now if we run, these two are going to fail. We expect that still. Load character fails. Okay, yeah, of course, load character fails. We haven't fixed that yet. Converting is now working. Now let's go fix load character. It's going to be the easier one. Expected character. So we create a new one. And then we load him. Readback is unstow. And our wrong one, load character. It's going to be tags and stuff like that. Fill the fields. Manager can still be nil. ID we clear as we check, I think. Manager we set to the test manager. Minder running we set to that. Set to that. Okay. We set the state. We don't need that. Don't need that. All of these should be taken care of. It's the tags. Will be that. And then, okay, current look. That's actually current room info should be correct. I think it's only those two that we haven't accounted for. ID we set as well. And test load now fixed. Okay. These are the only ones timing out because we have no manager. Or no, Quetchmedelio. Notify exits. And we're waiting for result channel character listen to event. Well, that should still work. Because we call the notify exit directly. We character notify with this. Character notification channel shouldn't be nil because we listen. But we listen on char. That's why. We unstow a rando. No. ID. Okay. We unstow the created one. So this was a different pointer. That's still correct. We run this. Doesn't time out. It does time out. Why do you time out? Because I notified the wrong one. This is not test char. This is char. Both have to be true. There we go. Or both have to be correct, I should say. Same here. And it works on the other one because we're notifying a different character, right? But this is for self. We do, yeah, we did char, notify enter, target char. Just got confused with all the similar names. That fixes the character package. Brilliant. Love that. Double check. What else do we have to fix still? Command parser, yes. Game manager, yes. Panic somewhere. Game manager, command parser. I think that's it for that. Okay. So we'll add. What? No. Text map didn't get deleted because it panicked in a test. It's fine. The other change is, yes. Fix tests in character package. Push that up. All right, now let's tidy ourselves up a little bit here. We know Game Manager has things that are broken, so let's do that next. Game Manager test. Game Manager. Only what? All right, I love that. Current room info is... Don't have that. Okay, that's fine. Room info, fill the fields. That. And then this is no longer that. It is... a new move event, mock car ID else do I need? Mock car tags. We need to give you. We'll make you as really as possible. Do that. I think we need location. Yes. And move direction, which used just to be, we can put you back on the same line. I think you'll fit close enough. We used to move north, we'll just move north again. This doesn't need to be a split separate thing anymore, I don't think. I think it needs to be just that. We might panic here because... Nope. Okay, we're good. Love it. I was thinking we didn't have a broker, but we call things directly, I think. So... Oh no, we do have a test broker. Okay, cool, perfect. Are you... Yeah, you wouldn't be changed by this. So, that's that. Let's just do... See what else is left here. Oh yeah, that's right. We got a panic in here somewhere. I think it was in there, actually. Let's do this. Fix game manager test failures. Push that up. We'll run once more. Because if the panic cleaned up a thing, that would cause it to fail more gracefully. Okay, so we do have a panic in message broker, dispatch message, testing go, game app tile go. Okay. Tile panics somewhere. Thought we fixed all of you. Actually, this might be coming from somewhere else. Just run this really quick. There we go, perfect. Yeah, this is coming from client handler test. 99.9% sure. Yes, okay. It's when we fire up tests of things that actually probably don't even live in here anymore. We'll see. Take a look. Run you. Good car. Okay. You. Dispatch message. Handle character operations, marshaled, car select. Comes into here. We have game manager? We must. 185. Ah, you don't have a room location. Betcha. Good discount. Test car. No, so you should exist. Tile go. Message broker. Ah, you don't have... Test client. Maybe the test map. Maybe. Test account. Game client. Game manager. Is test GM. Our manager. Message bus. Totally out of my test stuff. This is in tile. I need back here. SGM. You get set up in here. Somewhere. Right here. New manager. Okay. Game manager config. Test broker gets put into you. Mock map doesn't have one. There. This should fix this. Run it again. Perfect. Greens across the board. Love that. We should probably be careful about that. No, that's an appropriate place to panic. Because if you're in there, you're doing game operations, and you dang sure better have a message broker. Otherwise, everything's going to be silently broken. I'm really happy to have that panic, actually. Means you done broke it real good. Let's run this again. We have client handler, command parser, have some trubs. Is that just leftover? Let's run that one more time. It's command parser test still has some issues because it's still using game map create move. That's fine. Fix client handler tests. That can go up. Parser tests. We can throw up next on the to-do block here. But that will take us to and a little bit past 4 o'clock. I normally stream 4 hours per day, 4 days per week, starting on Friday and ending tomorrow. So if you like this kind of thing, then show up here at about this time, but 4 hours ago, wherever you are in the world tomorrow, and I should be here doing more of it. I'd love to see you again. Thank you for everybody who came and hung out and all the great chats we had today. We got super distracted on tangents, but it was amazing. It was great just to talk about. And I'd love to do it again next time. And if not, have yourselves a great week, and maybe we'll catch you some other time down the road. Thanks again, and bye.